Thumbnail. Right, I have my mic on. It's kind of pointed at my desktop, but it'll hear me so I can talk to anyone who decides to show up. That's would be cool. It's paper. I went to chat in the chat when I realized I have my mic on today. I'm not used to that yet. How do y'all feel about art? I'm talking directly down into my desk, so I hope it sounds okay. Art's just great. You know, you do them, you make a thing, it's... Oh, yeah, I did not get any messages because I had OBS on for a while, so it muted my Discord. So that's what happens. I have what? Yeah, I got affiliate a little while ago. Don't. Where's my camera? Don't sub though, because fuck Twitch. If you want to throw like free Prime and just give me Bezos Buzz, that's fine. But like, I'm not good. September can suck a dick because Twitch needs to get on their shit. I'm not participating in September. Fuck that. Don't like. Listen, I have a coffee. I forget if my Patreon is active. I did set one up. I think I deactivated it when I wasn't getting work. I have an itch. If you want to throw money at me, go to my itch and buy the stuff that I have up there. I think most of the stuff I have up there is free, but you can give money on top of that. Listen. Boy, I should like. I keep looking towards the camera, even though that camera's not on today. I should probably put some sort of links on my Twitch page about those things, huh? How about I... Okay, what's today? Today's the 27th. I'm making notes over here. This is my notebook. Monday. Let's see here. Twitch page. Add Ko-fi and itch and Patreon. Yeah. Listen, if you want to throw money at me, the best way is no, wait. I have stuff up there on itch. This is what Nightbot is for. Is to throw links like that constantly. I don't know. I'm not into creating systems for viewers to interact. I ain't about that life. Oops. I love this. I love this mat, but I've already made an absolute mess out of it between, let's see here. I believe this was ramen noodle spill down here in the corner. Just my sort of hand oils are discoloring it. I think I did a coffee stain sort of down here over somewhere. Now I have this pencil mark on it. So really, I'm just gonna have to get another one at some point. That's what you get. How's everybody doing today? Surprised. I wasn't expecting anybody to show up. Usually just having the camera on is enough to keep me focused. Alright, this is 10.5-ish because I think my ruler isn't... You know, paper often doesn't... Like, I think this is why actual, like, drawing, like, comic pages paper, it has the frame on it for the like the edge of the printed paper, but that's different from the actual cut edge, because the cut edge you can never trust to be the actual size it is. At least the printed edge is printed, and you get some bleed and all of that. I don't work with that though. This is a webcomic. I do everything cheap. I get all of my art supplies from Staples. Here, camera's over here. To inspire. I hope this is kind of inspiring. I think it's mostly... I love the, like, watch-alongs, the, you know, time-lapses and stuff like that. Stables. Stables is where I get my horses, my art horses. All right, what am I looking at here? 10.5 inches. I need my calculator up. Ooh, wait. Let me do something dumb. Because if I do this, and then I add a window capture, calc, it's going to capture calc, it's going to be fine, it's going to capture cursor, and then this is really just an excuse for me to, what do you call it? Stretch the maximum size only. This is just an excuse for me to mess with OBS overlays too. It's top right, but I want the width to be 1920 by... Oh, what size is this? And it starts at 30 down, and it's 860? There you go. Okay, so I got my calculator because I use that constantly, because I have like 10.5 inches, and divided by 3 is 3.5, so at about 3.5 inches from this edge will give me about a bottom third panel. Do I actually want a third? So I have my thumbnail over here. First I write the script, and then I do the thumbnail, or I kind of work on them at the same time, because the idea is like, what is the specific dialogue that this page is going to need, plus also then, you know, adjust the dialogue to fit in panels, and if adjust panels to fit the dialogue, and it's back and forth, right? Don't need that now. So what I'm looking at here, see if I can get it. Oh, there we go. I'm figuring it's going to be like a 3-row tall. I'm gonna split the top. It's gonna be off center because we need more. Is it gonna be though? See, like, I'm not totally happy with this. But I always work on this last thing, and then I just sort of do. What is it? It's like I give myself so close to the deadline that it's like, no, I just gotta find something that works and then do it. The bottom is gonna be kind of easy because it is basically the same panel twice with small differences. That's only just going to be a pain because I have to draw the same panel twice with small differences. I don't have a easy way I feel like doing that. I might cheat and like do the changes digitally so I can copy and paste it, but we'll see about that. I am feeling pretty lazy today. So really, it's just the top three plus one of those that we got to worry about. And I'm not super happy with this layout, but oh yeah, and then I was saying I won't actually split that at a third. I'll make the top one smaller. And yeah. Actually, yeah, I think this will work out. But I just keep that over there to remind myself what the heck I'm doing. That way I don't actually have to like figure it. Like I did all the figuring out when I was putting the thumbnail and the script together. So now I'm just following these directions. I don't have to figure anything out. Figuring out things is the hardest part of doing pretty much anything. 1, 2, 3.5 would be here. Yeah, I'll do 3.5. Why not? Sign up on a 9. 1, 2, 3.5. Here. 1, 2, 3.5. That's here. And connect. I'm actually talking out loud now that I know people are here. Uh-oh. Better make sure to have plenty of water breaks so I don't hurt my voice. Alright, so this is going to be a bottom third. So now is a great point to label the top. Thank you. I love it a lot, even though I've already got all sorts of food stains and stuff on it. It's from... Ooh, oh, I make tons of mouth noises. Don't even worry about it. I immediately forgot what I was looking for up here. I'm looking for... I want to say the artist is called like Crispy Q or something. Let me just search CR Crisp Q. Here, let me find them. And I can throw it into chat. There you go. That is the Twitter account of the artist who made this, and they have a link on there to their store. They have like 4 different designs for these nice big mats. So a thing about these is they are again, it's hard to point out, but they have really nice like their whip stitch, wrap stitch all around the edge. So they actually are really durable to like rubbing hands across the edges. Boy, this is not going to be a great... I'm changing my layout already because now I'm looking at it and like this is way more height than I anticipated for these panels. You know what? I think it'll still be fine. I'm gonna do like over here, which is 1, 2, 3, another 3.5. This is gonna be wide, but oh boy. Yeah, no problem. This is, like I said, I basically have the camera on to try and keep myself focused so I don't, you know, trail off and play a game or just check Twitter the whole time or whatever. So, like, you know, if y'all want to just, like, lurk, have me on in the background, don't worry about, like, chatting or being engaged. Let me be the voice in the back of your head. Achoo. Yeah, I get along really well with people who like to lurk. I don't know. I also like to lurk, not necessarily on purpose. Hey, Eden. Posture check. No, I'm doing okay. Get to think about it at least. Hydrate. I do have real water too, not just my gamer juice. Oh, that's good. All right, so am I really going? This is going to be a. How's it going today, Eden? You know what? I want more space on that bottom, so let me adjust this whole thing. Well, can we just give it another inch? I can do that. I'm the god of this domain. Yeah, what is today? Today's Monday. What's the questions you ask on a Monday to spur a conversation? How was your weekend? That's the question. I haven't worked in an office in coming on 2 years now, so I forget how to generate small talk. How's the weather? Did you watch this sports ball? We have a quality water cooler. All right. Okay, that's... Yeah, I feel that a bit... Feels a bit better. Let's go... Let's see here. Pages 8.5-ish. I took a 1/4 inch off each side, so the inside is 8, which means the middle is going to be at exactly 4. So I'm going to do that. Here. So this is also the like this is right here. I'm doing one of those things where you have to not make these align because otherwise it changes. If these two aligned, the brain would think, oh, read down here and then this way because it's the sort of across the alley before down the avenue. But by breaking this unbroken one says, oh, these are grouped. I don't know how to explain it well, but like conceptually, I definitely get it. And it's amazing how well that concept seems to work out. Okay, so here's the panels. I think this is what I'm gonna go with. So I'm gonna ink the panel lines to lock them in, and then I'll start working on the sketches of the panels. And this one is going to Gonna copy that, and then there'll be some things. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the changes digital because I feel lazy. The cool part about this stream is since all you need is a microphone and whatever's going on here, I get to listen to stuff like my own stream podcast kind of things and don't have to worry about everything getting muted because y'all can hear it because you can't hear it. I have no idea what I want to listen to anyway. I could just like listen to music. I could just listen to my bad music playlist. Ooh, I love that. I love that plan. Oh, although this beat is a beat, this page is, oh, there we go. Okay, I see what happened. Hey, let me fix this real quick. So I'm going to crop that out. And then I'm going to come in here and boy, I hope I put that in a P tag. Color white. Is there CSS for just like outline? This is the part where I go Google for CSS tags in the middle of my stream. I'm bad at this. I mean, I'm kind of good at this, but I want to make this bold text. Yes, I want bold. Bold and shadow. Why would you do it that way? No. Just give me the stupid things. Oh, I'm in the wrong section. Here's what I'm looking for. Text. No. Decoration? Bold is not a decoration. Transformation. No. Okay, so font. Fantasy. Ooh, okay. Font style. Oblique. That's what it's called. Font style is oblique. I want font family to be monospace. And that might be a no. I want drop shadow. I do want drop shadow. Well, yeah. Let me just search here. Text shadow. And I can just kind of Woodman. Love Woodman. Who's Woodman? Okay. Yeah, Eden knows what's up. Okay, and it did not do any of what I thought it would. Okay, so don't worry, I'll make this work in a hot second. I just need to look at... Okay, so if I didn't make it P... Did I give it anything? If I just make it also body.
Welcome to
That's you?
Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at
There we go.
www.newgrounds.com.
There's our... Whoa! Don't exit. There's our track name. Good. Okay. Then I got that totally unnecessary CSS tweak out of the way. What if I don't feel like drawing today? I mean, I don't. I kind of do. Here, let's see here. Like, I was drawing yesterday. This is some drawings that I haven't posted yet. I was drawing Canon Daisy in the, in Movie Daisy outfit. Here's one. I'm not sure if I posted this one anywhere, but this is like, you know, last hours of summer. I should probably do a summer doodle. Just some cute outfit stuff. And how long until I can't show pages anymore? That's a dabby. Oh yeah, Aloof is the webcomic that I've been making on and off since middle school. Leotard and jeans. Ooh, I should do that. Here, let me bring this back. I'll post it again while we're here. There is the link to Aloof, which is a webcomic that I've been working on since middle school. Hey, this is the one where I was like, okay, here's my like general tomboy character. What would a girly version of her look like? And I'm not super happy with it. Trying to figure out what this hair does when you let it down is kind of where I'm stuck on. I also don't exactly know what she would wear, but that's okay, stop me if you've heard this one. Aloof is a webcomic that started in the early 2000s, and the main character is a gamer who is smarter than everyone around him. All right. Oh yeah, some of y'all may recognize this, and then I can't turn back any more pages. It gets dangerous there. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with how this one came out. I need to, like, I need to post it as is, but then I do want to clean this one up. Aloof. How did I make Aloof special? Different? Stand out? Did I? Not really. Because the actual thing is that when I was in middle school, I went to school late. And so when I went to middle school, that was the first time I was in a public school. And I wasn't necessarily equipped with the social skills to make friends. In fact, I got picked on a lot, and I was very lonely, and I said, oh, I can just make my own friends, because I'm a creative type, apparently. And so Aloof ended up being like, oh, what are the adventures I would like to have with my idealized, you know, imagined friends? And so it's, you know, it started out a lot of gaming references. There is zombies. There is a boss fight against one of the enemy characters from Puzzle Bobble. There is, you know, I try to be goof. I try to put a joke on every page, but you know, of the time, a number of those jokes were just like a weird thing to say that was my attempt at like doing something in the style of, like, I don't know. I guess I was smart enough that I wasn't just making the references to the thing that I liked at the time. But I was only half a step above that, where I was doing something that like had the same countenance, or not countenance, but like, you know, had the same mouthfeel as that reference, and I put that in. Some of them were direct references, but I was at least trying to like context, like give them a fresh context so that it wasn't saying it for the sake of reference, but it was like setting things up around making that reference, and I hope that improved it. Basically what I'm saying is if you are going to go read that comic, just skim the first, I don't know, 50 episodes or so. I don't know when it starts to get, I don't know if it ever gets good. Let me be honest. I don't make it to make it good. I make it to tell the story of these characters that are important to me because they were some of my closest friends at a time when I was very desperate for friends. So these characters are very important to me, and I tell the story to sort of respect them, I guess, in a weird way. Something like that. But yeah, at some point, like I had a lot of trouble like staying on schedule, and just I've always had trouble having a routine. The fact that I have now been doing streams for, you know, over a year and a half, and like I'm still pretty consistent about doing it multiple days a week, really wows me. And so like you can see me like playing a lot with like art styles and being like, okay, what's the balance between making it look good and something that I can do fast and be lazy, and what do I want to be like a gimmick that makes it very clearly mine, and you know, you can see me going through all sorts of phases of those ideas. There's a section where two characters have a fight, or like fighting, but like playing an arcade game is their fight. So for that section, I made it a Sprite comic just to like prove that I could do a Sprite comic, because I read enough Sprite comics. Like I was just like, I don't know, as much as it was like a story that I wanted to tell, it was also like my testing ground to be like, oh, I can tell this style of story, I can use this style of medium. There was a part of me that was always like, oh, at some point I should do ones that are like, you know, pages that are animated GIFs, so that way I could have like little animations in it that'll really make it pop. Never did that, but the idea was there. But yeah, then like I started to slow down in high school, but that's partly because I had friends by that point, and I was actually getting into more podcasting, because it was something I could do with them. It was something that, since it was audio only, all you need to do was set up the microphones and start talking, and so it was very accessible. There was also a sort of like interest in podcast boom at the time around my particular friend group, so it's just like, oh hey, this thing that we're all talking about, I can do that too. So like, you know, I would do pages of the comic occasionally, but it really sort of fell by the wayside and didn't get attention for a while, until college, when I fell off of it pretty much completely, because college was a lot of work. And then after college, before I got a job, before I had to get a job rather, I actually was getting to the point, I had like a big resurgence, where I was doing one a week basically, and I did that for a couple of months, I think, and that's still kind of impressive to me. Oh, I know what happened. Even though I didn't work on this comic during college, I did work on some others. So also up on the site, I have The Drop, which was like a tournament, but I ended up pumping out like a 25-page comic for that. Theoretically, I won, but it was me and, like, it came down to the finals to me and one other person, and then because it was run on DeviantArt and everyone has lives, a winner was never actually picked for that, which I think is kind of funny. Honestly, I ain't even upset about it. But But yeah, I there was one that I did for, there was a couple I did for class. I don't even know. I probably have those posted somewhere. If they're not up on Tumblr, they're somewhere I could just post them if I really wanted to. I ain't doing this right. I really need to fill this panel with face. But yeah, then I got out of college and I was working on it for a while and like really going ham on it. So like a lot of updates and like I said, at that point I had read a lot more web comics and taken classes that really gave me a like critical eye for like reading and like storytelling, and specifically like graphic storytelling. So like I had read the Scott McCloud books at that between that time, you know. And you know, every frame of painting and all of that, and I'd started like really getting into just like enjoying having those conversations and learning how to do those breakdowns. So when I came back to it, it was just like, okay, this is like, I remember like what I was doing with this, but I need to like turn it into something else to make it good at this point, you know? Or not to make it good, but to like make it interesting, to give it, to make it like, you know, worth the time to work on, kind of. You know, even for my own sense and my own sake of interest, you know, keep myself interested in it. And yeah, then I had to get a job because, you know, I never gained popularity with this is the other thing. Like, you know, I've never been able to like pitch myself. I've never had an easy time like joining friend groups and communities. And that's why I don't have like a Discord set up for you know, the Twitch channel or anything. It's because like I'm just not good at participating in communities. So I've never been able to like, you know, get people interested in what I'm doing, even though I think, you know, whether it's the comic or I do the game stuff or I do the stream stuff, like I do a lot of stuff. Somebody's going to be interested in some of it at some point, at least. But the idea of, oh, to do the work, to put it in front of people and to like, you know, like that first hook of somebody's interest to get them to look at it, I've never had that skill really. Yeah, it is a skill. For some people, it comes kind of naturally. But like, again, like, you know, when I said I first went to public school and middle school, up to that point, I was a homeschooled only child. So yeah, no kidding, I didn't know how to like naturally socialize. I was sort of like set up to very specifically be a sort of naturally self-isolated little so-and-so. No complaints about it, honestly. Like, I feel being raised like that also made me very like self-conscious and self-aware in a way that like I like who I am. I don't necessarily like it, like I recognize that like certain things are a struggle, but it's not like I'm broken or anything. It's there are things about who I am that I would not give up. So, but yeah, so you know, for me, middle school was early aughts, and now we're in 2021. So 20 years of working on this comic on and off, and my aunt read it. I know that for sure. But like, yeah, so I forget why I was getting onto that, but like, with no attention on it, I couldn't turn it into like an income source. Like, you know, by this point, Patreon was a thing, but like, you start a Patreon after you have an audience, and I've never been able to really build an audience, or I've always struggled to. Like, I have 3 of y'all hanging out here today, so I'm getting better, and I'm grateful that y'all are here and showing an interest. That's after all of this story, I think you can understand. This means the world to me. Thank you very much. Um, but but it's I'm even still I'm not at a level where I can support myself with my artwork, um, as much as I would love to, because that sounds way better than having a real job. Uh, what is this panel gonna be? So I have this, and then I also have a Word document with the actual like script in it, and like the description of the action and layout, like content of each panel. And I forget what I wrote in those. Right, but so since I couldn't turn this into income at the time, I had to go get a real job, and getting a job totally zapped me. I had a lot of time to like think of ideas, but never had the time / energy to, spend 2 or 3 days in a shot, making a whole page. So it completely fell by the wayside, not intentionally, but just as like a circumstance. And then it was like that until COVID hit and I was fired. But that meant I was able to go on unemployment insurance, and because that was like enough to cover bills, thank goodness. It let me get back into this, and that's why I said, oh, okay, so 2020 I started doing the streams in like March, like in the middle of March I started doing streams, and at the end of March I got fired from my job, so it was like, cool, I guess I get to do more streams now. But then yeah, so 2020 was super stressful. 2021 we kind of like settled into it. Now it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna get back to doing this comic because I want to have a little more structure with my time. I want to work on things that are important to me. This comic is, popular or not, this comic and these characters are important to me. I want to tell these stories. Which actually, it's funny. Up until maybe 2 pages ago, here, let me. Oh boy, where are these? Where did I put them? Uh-oh. These. So these are. That's not a comic page. But this here, we are in September, and I've managed to do a page a month, every month so far this year, and I'm like incredibly proud of that, the consistency, if nothing else. And like these are definitely, like, technically art wise, is some of the best panels like best pages I've done. I do all of the lettering, and I do like a single layer of shading and all the lettering. I do all of that digitally, so these are a little less impressive, but like you look at them and you go like, oh damn, these are some comic ass pages. And like I think my sense of visual storytelling has also gotten stronger, because even without the word bubbles, you can still get a very good sense of what's going on these pages, and it's like cool. Like at that point the words are supporting it, but the visuals are the foundation of it. Good faces. Oh, where is the physical comedy just tumbling? Really good. I love this stuff. Universe side character cameos. She has a name, she has a backstory, she had like pinups I've done of her. This is the first time she appears in the comic, and this is it. Thank you. I'm glad that it's noticeable, if nothing else. Like it's a frog boil, right? So because I'm the one who's improving, and it's, small incremental, and it's not just every page, but it's every doodle, it's every study, it's every, moment that I'm looking at other art and doing whatever. um like, the improvement is so slow that it's not until, you know you look way back and go like, oh man, I came a long way from where I was a while ago. Even if some of my older pictures are still my favorites. I'm still trying to live up to. But yeah, this has been a good year for working on this comic specifically. Um, but hey, feel free. I got it pinned, or you can find me on Artists and Clients. I can put link. Hey, I will write that down. Commission links. Hey, like, here's the thing. Like, no pressure on anybody, because, like, so I mentioned the podcasting before, and when we did podcasts, the main series was freeware game reviews, because at the time we were, late middle school, high schoolers, who had no money, because we were like, I don't think any of us, I think only one of us in the group had a job, so most of us were, broke or just going off allowances. So it was like, okay, what is like a service we can provide? There's tons of free games there, and I mean, don't check it. We haven't recorded an episode of that in at least 10 years. It's funny. I went through in a lot of there's if you go back not too far, actually, there is one that's like, we did a retrospective of the first like 100 episodes or something. And really sad to just hear like, this one's not hosted anywhere anymore. This one's defunct. This one's abandoned. This one's whatever. And it's just like, oh, that's kind of a bummer. Let's see. If I go to podcasts, I go to no credit. Let's go. Let's keep going. AirMac. This one. What is this called? This 100th. There you go. That's our 100th episode retrospective spectacular. Two-parter, because it was huge. It was also fun because, like, for the comic and for the podcast, I also programmed the website from the ground up. It's not like a WordPress site or anything. I just opened up Notepad and learned HTML, CSS, and PHP, and now there's a website where you can search the archive of the podcast, and I'm glad it works. Yeah. She has a flip phone. She definitely has a flip phone. What kind of phone does he have? I showed him. This is why I need to keep these nearby, because in the last panel, I showed him opening a phone, so I need him to have that same phone. Consistency. This is important. I booped my microphone. Sorry. Oh, what was I talking about? Yes, and then so that basically brings us up to today. Like, about 20 years of working, and I'm on episode 89. When I get to episode 100, I'm gonna see about putting together a book, a digital release, if nothing else. I'm going to strain so hard not to like remaster all of the old ones. I might do a couple of them, because like some of the earliest ones were like sketchy pencil only, if I at least do like a digital ink over of those, I would feel a little better about it. But yeah, I've sort of put that idea on the side because I want to make sure I keep moving forward and like worry about the new pages, worry about making good new stuff, not because like if I went back and like remastered all of them to the current quality after 80 pages, I would have improved again, and then the quality bar would have gone higher, and you get stuck in a loop. So I definitely need to be like, okay, maybe I mean, yeah, ink and then give it the like one layer of shading. That would bring it up to a consistency with the current ones. And then it would drop in consistency in the middle when it was good enough and then jump back up again. No, I don't know. I'm not here to analyze old ones. I'm here to draw a new one. Okay, this is Amy, so her hair goes like this. Amy, of course, named in reference to my favorite Sailor Scout. Although in retrospect, no, not even in retrospect, but in modern times, as I've been rewatching Sailor Moon, she is not my favorite Sailor Scout, but she is the Sailor Scout I most identify with. Because in the episode where she is introduced, everyone thinks she is the monster because she is so, like, inexplicably smart, when actually it's just like, no, I work hard at studying and learning, and I go to cram school and all of this stuff, and, like, that's... It's like no, this isn't, like, talent, this isn't me being a freak, this is me working hard to get where I am, and I'm like, hell yeah, smartest one and misunderstood. That is my jam. My favorite Sailor Scout is Sailor Jupiter because she's tall and strong, and everyone is just like, oh, you can't be a cute, sexy woman because you're too big. And I'm like, nah, girl, you and me, we can be the biggest in the room and the cutest. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise, all right, girl? That's right, I'm putting it out there. What's up? She's so big. There's an episode. I can't just start linking screenshots of Sailor Moon. Yes, I can, because I tweeted it, and I think I have that tweet thread still open, so it'll be easy to find. Yeah, this thread. There's an episode where she doesn't even know. Here we go. This one. There's a whole thing with, memories and whatever and stuff, but there's a episode where she doesn't even know that she's a Sailor Scout, and she still grabs a monster and just judo throws them over her shoulder, and I'm just like, yeah, you're just like that. That's why you're the best. Shit. How do hands hold phones? Okay, hands hold phones. She's so good. She's so good. And the thing that really got me is when I realized that she's the only one who wears, like, lace-up boots. Everyone else, like, wears, like, high heels or like, flats. I think everybody else, like, wears heels. But, like normal ones. Hers are lace-up boots. They're wrestling boots. Yes! Yes! Favorite genre. Listen, top 3 genres of girls. Girl who eat big burger. Girl with sword in rain in front of neon lights. And girl who could fold me up and stuff me into a suitcase. These are the 3 best flavors of girls. Alright, also, do have to include sleepy girl holding a video game controller or portable console. That is also very, very good. I should get on Pinterest. Yeah, you showed up at the right time. Who doesn't want this? And again, as somebody who is also the big cute of the group, it's hard to find a girl who could do that to me. But And if you can't find anybody who can do it for you, you just got to do it yourself, you know? That's how it works. Yeah, I mean, you're thinking like, so basically OTP is Street Persona Sailor Jupiter X, that guy from Ocean's 11 who they put in a bag to get into the vault first. Is this what we're looking at here? Judo throw myself. Oh, I mean, as somebody who is in therapy to work on some lingering self-destructive tendencies, yeah, no, that actually checks out. Shit. Oh, geez, Louise, y'all. Thank you for hanging out here today. Hey, listen, therapy's cool. I didn't even know you went on a walk. I didn't know you got up from your chair. Oh my god. Well, you take your arm and you grab it like this, and then you go up over your head, and then just swing it all the way down and allow the momentum to take you where you're going. Oh, yes. Pikachu safety. Hand kind of goes this way. Has to touch the phone. I'm gonna have like one finger there. Some are gonna be curled. I'll make that work. Then arm comes off of it. And we'll go up here. I don't know what she's wearing in this scene. What did we see her wearing last? Elsewhere? No. No. Oh, it's before this. Okay. Desolate. Focus? No, before Focus. Unfamiliar. Okay, last time we saw her, she's wearing her panda-inspired tee. Okay. And that's, yeah, it's like that. It's like that. Signal masking. Yeah, alright. Technobabble. Oh, he doesn't have those on anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. He doesn't have those on anymore. That's not necessarily inconsistent. All right, I'll put her in the same. You ever watch or I don't even have like a specific video I can think of, but the PS1 game Fighter Maker, where they just let you set your own keyframes and tweens for a fighting game, and it just lets you do rude shit with animation. That is a sight to behold when you see somebody who gets in there and just does some really rude things with it. I love it personally. No, her shirt goes like this. It's just the shoulders that are like, or just the sleeves. It doesn't. that way. As much as I love that look, her shirt's not going to be like that. So that means this will be solid black and this will be solid black, and I'll come in and I'll fill those later. Is his shirt really not? Like, he wears a solid black shirt, but I didn't do it that way. Because I'm a coward, I guess. And I gotta... Like, I can picture this panel, but I cannot, like, actually figure out how it would look, right? This is the other thing the sketchbook is for figuring stuff out. So what I know is she's going to be here, and we're going to be looking down on her, so it'll be like a cylinder, kind of like that. And she's standing on a sidewalk, and we're kind of looking down from a building, and I think that's gonna go like off the page, but then we'll have like door here, windows here, right? And this has to follow these perspective lines. And I don't even know if this makes sense. You would have like a front step, and then you would have like the... Right? But then you take this whole idea, and I want it to be sort of like offset to this side of the panel, so that way I can have word bubbles over here. Right? So I think this is, like, you only need to see this much of it. See, okay, that's why this doesn't make that much sense, because if you take these lines that I just drew and trace them out, then we get a vanishing point from over here, but her vanishing point is somewhere down over here. So the perspective is actually extremely broken. Like if you average, well, if you like kind of average it, it does sort of appear like right there, which is kind of where I was thinking about it. But okay, so if the building is here, then her... See, Okay, so that's actually the thing that I'm going to have to do, right? Is because what I want is, if I want this, then that means my vanishing point is going to have to be somewhere around here, which will... This will be the edge of the building. Then we get these lines going up, forming the building, right? But then her, we want her head here. That'll be the focus point. But then her perspective needs to be a lot sharper. Okay, you do it like this, and then this is, sidewalk. This is this. Honestly, God, I hate this now, because as I draw this out, I realize I'm going to need to know at least vaguely what the outside of her apartment looks like. Oh no. Okay, so now this is going to require like some amount of research. Or at least finding a reference and then practicing drawing from that reference. Which means that this panel right here, like I was already complaining like, oh, I gotta draw the same panel twice. No, this one requires learning. So this panel sucks the most, actually. Ah, geez Louise. Okay. Well, no, you see, because when I think of her apartment, I actually kind of picture a like a New York brownstone. So when you look at a New York brownstone, right? Okay. It's like I'm right-handed, so I got to go this way, right? If we consider this the sidewalk, then what you have is the stoop. The stoop is an important part. It goes back a little bit. That's going to go all the way down, but this is basically this. So it insets to the door, right? That's a door. And then you have the gates over here. And then yeah, so also usually you have like bay windows on either side of a brownstone. Right? So then here's our windows out here. And this sort of respects the idea that following this is going to be about the floor of this. So I made this door way too big because these stairs are supposed to be like way higher. Right? But that's not bad. I can deal with that. Except you don't really have this. These hold this shape going all the way up, and then this is... What would this be? Maybe you'll have windows at the end of the hallways inside to get light into the communal hallways and the stairwell down. This goes straight up. You got your floor 2 is over here and over here. And then you'd have your floor 3, which I can just sort of suggest a couple of windows up here. I could just draw them all because I'm insane. Right? Yeah, this is very much what I'm thinking. Oh no, so the other thing is that the thing that she says is that there is construction going on outside of her place. So we're also gonna need like scaffolding looking somethings to sort of like represent that. So I could probably put those over here, right? And then the pipes for that. Still gives us plenty of room for bubbles, and it's okay if we cover this with bubbles. Yeah, and maybe like a I am a fan of a cone with like caution tape over it. I'm kind of a fan of that. Okay, that looks like now she's standing in sort of a construction zone. Yeah, that feels better. Okay, you want to get a closer look at that? Here's my general notes on how this will look. Okay, so now I'm not even done with this panel. Why am I thinking so hard about that panel? Because I know it's upcoming and I have anxiety issues. Again, I'm going to therapy. Don't worry about it. I'm working on it. All right. And he's over here. How big is his hand? His hand's going to cover a lot of like the face over here. But then I'm going to go down off this way, sort of out of the panel. But like this, and then actually it'll come that way and right there. That seems pretty good. And I'm gonna put this here just to remind myself that she speaks first. She speaks first. and then he responds. But I'm putting him... So she speaks first, but I'm putting his panel first because coming off of the last panel, he's the last thing we see. So this is our like scene transition, is we start with him and then we bring in her, and that's like, so this is going to be a shot where she is, this is a shot where she is, then these go back to where he is. But so for like this whole quadrant, this is putting him first transitions us into where she is, sort of conceptually, cinematographically. I think in terms of like movies a lot, it's just way easier to draw frozen panels than to direct actors or animate. I've done a couple of like animatics in my time, and those were fun, and I don't know why I've never done more. Okay, her eyes. She's got big friendly eyes. She's sort of looking down at the phone. And she's like kind of happy to be talking to him, but she's got worries, so she's not a full smile. This should come back here a little more before swooping down. That's just how her hair do. Maybe like there actually works. Okay. And he's got his eyes like you do. He's not necessarily mean, but he does have like a very staunch set to his eyes, and he's gonna look ahead while he's talking, because he is like, everything he does, he's kind of like calculating, and so he gets that like 1,000-yard watching, you can hear the gears turning kind of 1,000-yard stare with him basically all the time, being on the phone. Exactly, because he is like, he has left his current position in order to engage with this phone call. Okay, I have to point out, my screen name, Elcom, this character, Elcom, different, because this character started as like a self-insert character, and in a lot of ways still is, but in another way, this was like, then became like the idealized self-insert, like this is who I wish I could be. And since then is like, okay, but to make him interesting, now he has his own set of flaws based on that idealized version. So this isn't just me, this is specifically the character. At this point, my screen name being Elcom is the same as somebody whose screen name is Weed Goku 69 because they're a fan of Goku. I'm a fan of this character, who is my own character. Think about it that way, if you would. I mean, that's just me. If nobody put it together yet. So the reason why the like brand around all my stuff is Oliku, pronounced like otaku, but with leet in the middle, because elite otaku, Oliku. Hey, here we are. Again, I came up with it in middle school, and for some reason that part has stuck forever. I am cringe, but I am branded. That panel's done. Am I doing this panel? Am I doing this panel? I'm doing this panel because this one is basically, so this is the transition to her. This is the establishing shot, and because it's established, we really don't need major background here. So the main focus is just going to be her and space for a lot of word bubbles. Like, thinking about it, I probably could have done this panel without the panel borders. This could have been like a breakout panel that just uses like the gutter space as its zone. But I also usually color in all the gutters black, even when it's not like a flashback or whatever. That's one of the gimmicks that I established a very long time ago. So I usually just put panels around everything. Also to remind me, hey, this is where this panel is. Hoof. Okay, how much talking occurs in this panel? One bubble, two bubble, a big bubble, like 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, okay. So her face is like basically here, and she's got an arm full of books that'll be sort of over here. And so her torso is like this big. Let me move her head a little bit. And then, like, everything below her torso isn't really going to be a big, like, I'll draw it, but it's probably going to be covered by bubbles anyway. She's not that thick. She's a petite thing. Petite thing. Kind of... She's not, like, square-shaped, but she is, like... I don't know. She's not a sexy character. Also, like, theoretically, all of these characters are underage. So I don't want to suggest... I don't want people to be thinking about them as sexy in the first place. She's just got, like, a little... She's mostly flat-chested. I don't like the way that this text is cut off on the bottom of the screen. But if I move it up that far, then it, like, overwrites that a little bit. I could shrink it. So it's just really hard to read. Oh, it is what it is. So I forgot I need to delay this by like almost 4 seconds. This is a weird song. It's not even October yet. That's fine. Yes, definitely working on panels in the order of which allow me to be laziest. Okay, so she's got like a laptop in her arms and a book and like a bunch of like separate sheets. Her arm is gonna be like collarbones are like over here, which means her arm is like this. Means her arm is like this. Her arm might be a little long for this shot, but you know what? It reads. Most of the stuff hangs down in a way that we will see it below. Oh, all right. And then she's still holding the phone, like you do. The thumb is under when you hold the phone. Yeah, okay. Arm is basically up like this. Most of it will connect. Get the bit of sleeve. Sleeve's going to go this way. Is this... Her torso feels a little too... I think I'm going to bring up the crotch a little bit, just like that. Which is fine, because again, like... She's like a little... She's got like the tiniest thigh gap. And then she's wearing jeans at the moment. Yeah, I like that. And she's explaining the predicament she's in, so she's got a much more worried look on her face. Because she's not just calling her new friend, but she's... going over all the stuff she has to get done and deal with and the trouble she's running into. Hair floofs. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then background. Okay, like if she's here we're going to establish that she's standing in front of the place. I think... So I guess the thing that makes sense to me is she comes out of the door, she goes to the right, she makes the call, and she looks backwards towards it for the call. So what that means is looking at her from this way, the steps of the brownstone would be over here. Which means basically what we get is we get the, like, fence down over here. For this shot, she has probably turned back around, because to address the stuff in her arms, she would turn in the way she was going when she left the house to go address to it, so away from the house is where those things are in her mind. This is the level I think about everything at. I am tired all the time, by the way. Oh, you can kind of see this. Don't look. Here we go. Hey, this, the one and only copy of this phone case that Disney decided to purge because I called it Frozen Marissa, which I was told it was reinstated. It doesn't seem that it has been. I don't know what to do about that. I want to hit a very specific button. No, they already put it back. They said, oh yeah, you're right, that was a false flag. No. But that's what I'm looking for. Like I think when I do actually put it in and put it back or whatever, it'll be fine. I just love the fact that Disney saw Frozen and then was like, oh no, that's Frozen, that's ours, and I have to be like, I think Zun would have something to say about that, actually. Okay, but so if that's behind her, I want to give more angle to this. No, wait. Fence would probably be like down here. That fence would be more at this angle. Let me get rid of the rest so I don't confuse myself. My pages are always a super mess in the pencils, and like I got these big hands, so I smudge everything. Do I have anything for? Oh yes, I have exactly this for size reference. I got big old hands. Um, I don't know what the general measurement of hands is here from palm to tip. I got some big old hands. So they tend to smudge everything on the page. You would think that this would make me prefer working digitally, but I do not like working digitally. I don't like sketching digitally. That feels very unnatural to me, and I think usually leads to having sketches that I really don't care for their forms and styles and just shapes. Okay, so the stairs are gonna be over here, so that'll go back there. Let's just barely cut that off. And then I'll put our right, and then right, I have some windows back there, so that's see once you like understand the shape of what you're like putting behind, then actually making the background isn't that difficult. It's just like, again, the hard part is the figuring out. But figuring it out for this panel ahead of time has actually informed the way that I'm dealing with this panel, and it's a good thing, is what it is. This will probably be like brickwork down here, so a little bit of that texture. And then this will be another. That's that, which means that this will be the other front edge, which if that's there, this will be like up here, and I probably can. That window will be a little smaller, and this one over here. That would be out here a little more. That's like that, and then yeah, that's a background, and I don't have to do any more detail than that because I'm going to cover that up anyway, but that's more than enough detail to understand what it is that we're looking at over here. So don't kill myself doing more than that, right? Probably have like some flutter motion lines on this stuff because she's like, as she's like she's looking at it and like sort of like shuffling in her hands as she's going through everything that she has. Yep, Rooney. All right. Oh, that's good.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Where'd all my windows go? Okay. Drawing. Okay. Feel good about this. Feel good about this. This one's going to be rough. Although I have basically already laid out everything. So I'm going to pick my vanishing point first. I want my vanishing point to be about here. We're going to get very little of the... If we do that, we'll get very little... Okay, wait. Put it here. No, okay. I want like this much of the panel to be building, right? I want the vanishing point to be sort of like in the ground. We're very close to the building, so I want it to be about there. How far up are we? We're close enough that we can see her. I want her to be about here, down to the vanishing point, and so feet will be about there. That's her. She is a cylinder. How long has it been? It's been an hour 40. Somebody remind me in 20 minutes and I'll tweet again that I'm still going. Need to maintain mind share, you know? I think I want her to be entirely in the sidewalk, because that helps draw the idea that we're looking directly overhead, and if she's standing on the sidewalk, then if we're directly over her, she'll be contained in the silhouette of the sidewalk. Now, what did we just say about the building? She went out, she stepped right. So I'm going to say this is going to be the front of the steps. So this is going to be steps going back. Yo, Castlevania music rocks. Did you know that? Hey, did you hear about this? This actually sends a little past because the railings are at... Let's see, these have to go to that too. The railings are at ground level. Yeah, I'll let them overlap that. And this is like a whole thing, and here's what I'm gonna do though, is I'm gonna put the cones on this side. That's how you do it. Even the cone... Listen, everything freaking adheres to vanishing points. That's how you make it consistent. Everything adheres. So this comes out, which means the cone sticks up about over here, and then that makes it feel very consistent, right? Right. It's not a question. That's a statement. And then as long as that stuff is right, then if you want to like ballpark what caution tape looks like, you can. And what I say, I'm still going to put the scaffolding. Scaffolding will look sort of like this, going up out of frame. The sort of poster bills across the top. And I'll put the sort of cross brace this way. I believe this also has like stiff square footing. This would probably have more cones going down this way to continue roping off down the side of the street. We're in a city. Like, that's part of why it's a brownstone. Like, so if we look at this, Elcom's apartment is sort of in this high rise, and we see we're in the city. It takes place in a city, kind of generic. Like, yeah, this could kind of be like Manhattan and Jersey, but it isn't specifically. Again, that's not. That is Every Time We Touch remix. Okay. But so the whole point is she's calling to be like, hey, I need a place to work on this. My place is too busy. Library's closed. Whatever. So she's asking to come over to his place to have a quiet place to work on her big project. So like this, like he needs to be in traveling distance, whether that's just straight walking or, what do you call it? Or like train or something like that, which means that if he's in this city, she's also not that far away in this city. So putting her in a city like apartment, the brownstone, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of this stuff, like, this thing, when I wrote this, a lot of this, it was just like, okay, well, I know she needs to, like, the original thought was like, okay, he's gonna go, or she's gonna go to his place as like him paying back the favor of her helping him out earlier, which, hey, check out episode, like, that was like episode hey, wait, I still have that open over here. Back in episode 62, about 20 episodes ago, 20 pages ago. But then you had this idea of like, oh, okay, well, if she's close enough to come over and he's in the city, she's in the city, and da-da-da-da-da, and like, this plot point made me like, in order to make this happen, here are other things that must be true about the situation. So, okay, if this is a city street, then this is about where cars park. This is over here, and this will be like double lines down the middle of the street, and then we won't really see more. But I do want to have like a car parked here. And every time we touch, I get this feeling. And every time we kiss, I reach for the sky. And you feel my heart beat fast. I want it to last. Need you by my side. Yeah, this is probably a car. There's only one car I really know how to draw, and that would be the Geo, because that's my car, and I love it, and I idolize it in a lot of drawings. There, because again, it's okay that most of this is, those are not really in line with. Okay. This line of the sidewalk is like this. Keeping that. Yeah.
Do you need anything?
I am currently good. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my producer. Ladies and otherwise. And then that means about over here. This is going to be our middle of the road lines. And they want to be about this angle. Yeah, that feels better. That feels cleaner. That's going to work. Could she have been a little bigger? Probably, in order to like better get a sense of being able to tell that it's her. Probably. But you know what? It works fine. Also, it definitely pays out by putting the building so far over here. Most of this panel is now just empty space, which again, this is going to be like largely covered in word bubbles, so it's kind of what I want. Sure. But now I need to, okay. Tiny face, small, just details that you can tell who it is. I mean, aside from the fact that, alright, she'll have the stuff in her arms. Arm holding the phone. Some tiny feet. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Oh, sidewalks have the breaks in them for the slabs. Actually, this works out because now the sidewalk slab break is what what her silhouette is breaking through. So that feels better. Good. I'm gonna call that panel done. And now I gotta do this last panel. When I was writing this, I didn't expect to have so few panels, but I am lazy, so it makes sense. By the way, real talk, lazy isn't real. Lazy is a sort of misunderstanding prescribed to situations that are usually like anxious or scared or overwhelmed or just sort of like cripplingly anxious is usually a common one that lazy is that gets misdiagnosed as lazy. You know? I'm just taking like a little brain break over here. I'm tired of staring and thinking. I want to play a game. I want to play more Wreckfest. I played that on Saturday night. If you missed the archive, it should be up. Actually, I think that archive went up on YouTube today. If you want to go watch me play some Wreckfest. See here. Did that go up? Yes, that's currently up. Went up this morning. I really want to go play more, but I need to get a comic done. So I tried to get a comic done last week of the month and try to get it like posted last day of the month. So my thought is, okay, like the last Monday of the month, that is my do or die time, which honestly I'm probably gonna say actually like put this on stream calendars, like this is generally going to be an art stream day for exactly this purpose. But okay, so what we have here is we have like Zach looking over because I want like this sort of angle on things, like this angle too. Sometimes just putting like the like vague shape that you want the parts to take help lays out the parts. I cut myself off. Wow. It's not just other people I do it to. I do it to myself. Make something as long as I can like post it on the last day of the month. I consider that a victory. This month, this last week is pretty long, so I don't have to like get it done today. It'd be nice to get it done today and get it out of the way, but any 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 deadline that I have is A, self-imposed, and B, pretty lenient. So this character is Zach, and he is a hat-wearing geeka boy. So like that. Oh right, that was the other funny thing I was going to say is that if you look at the progression of comics, as I've been working on them, the original script that I wrote like back in middle school ran out about here. This was basically like the last page that I had even written a rough script for. So everything since then, I've been flying by the seat of my pants. I would love to sit down and like write a long form script, but my brain just does not work that way, and I can't get myself to do it. Uh, like I have like scenes and plot points and like focuses of arcs in my mind for where I want the story to go, like from this point forward. But having really not having none of it like written down and none of it be solid is very does make it kind of hard to work with, because it's just like, all right, well, what am I doing now? It makes me very worried that I'm going to end up like forgetting to set up some like plot points that are going to be necessary for other things to work, but I'm just going to rush to it and just be like, uh-oh, actually this doesn't pay off how I anticipated. Or just like even that, the idea of like failing to have sufficient build up to what is supposed to be dramatic plot points, to the point where they just like don't land and it's just going to be things happening. But in that same vein of stop worrying, just do it, don't try to make it perfect, just get it done. I'm trying to not worry too much about that, and like, all right, well, if that happens, that'll be a bummer, I'll make it work at the time. I don't know how people sit.
Suck my butt, Zelena.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Again, I'm still just kind of like happy to be working on my comics and my characters at all, you know? Sometimes I feel like, oh no, I've abandoned my children. This thing that if you know, if I cared about them, and I thought I cared about them this much, but if I can't even see fit to get these stories finished, how much could I actually care about them? Oh no, do I care about anything? And it's like, yes, life is hard. Things get a lot. Things get busy and hard to deal with and whatever. I do care about these characters. I do care about this comic. It's just, this is where we're at. Yeah, I just gave him a plain shirt. Oh, I gave him shorts. Okay. You know, I'm just going to leave this one out because... I did. See, I was like, oh, maybe I could make his shirt this design. No, I already said it last time. I just didn't remember what it was. It's not bad. It's shorts. It's whatever. And that means that LC will be over here somewhere-ish, right? He still got his, like, 1,000-yard stare on. They're not that differently sized, so... It's good that I'm just on the top-down camera today so you can't see how constantly I bite my nails. Because it's pretty constantly. Am I sleepy? No, not really. Just... I'm not sleepy, but I do want to close my eyes. How does that count for? Oh god, I didn't even think about the background in this panel. We're looking down in his apartment. I've already established a sense of, like, vague vanishing point out here somewhere. I think we would have, like, this much... Yeah, that's good enough. Is it right? Don't know. Is it good enough? Yeah, it's fine. That much, yeah. Okay. This is a cute one right here. Like, this is... I always intended to have, like, a profile page for all of the introduced characters. This would be a good one to use there. But I never built that page. I kind of did. Hang on. If you go to... this one? Yes. I'll throw this in the chat if anybody gets curious later. I did make a like a directory of a bunch of my characters, some of the like somewhere between the most common ones and the ones that I remembered to include at the time. You know, that sort of categorizing system. And so um like some character information, some like relationships between characters and stuff, some characters who have not and at this rate may never get introduced, some who are just like a part of the universe but don't necessarily like appear as named characters, but just like, yeah, no, when I draw a pin-up of this character is connected to everything else in the universe in this way. Just I've drawn no things that actually express that, make it clear. Yeah, this is fine. This will be fine. So if you've ever wanted to know about my existing characters, that is for you. It's one of the things, like, I've always loved the idea of doing those, like, ask my OCs questions and I'll have them in. I've always, like, wanted to do those, but, nobody else knows enough about my OCs, because, like from, if you read the comics, you could probably, you know, have a decent sense of these characters already. But like I said, the comic never really had any popularity to speak of, and so people have never known about it, so people wouldn't know what to ask in the first place, and that's what I tell myself is the main excuse for why people don't participate with me on those. It's fine. That's also partly why I did it, because I was like, I am drawing too slowly to you know, I'm getting through the comic too slowly for people to like having a like mini wiki where people can just read about my characters is a way for people to learn about my characters without necessarily having to wait, you know, an eternity for me to draw the info out, you know. Okay, so I apparently put like an armoire and a plant down there. So I gotta draw those new now. That's fine. Done. Ah, shoot, I forgot to have fun while I was doing it. Ah, no. Ah, dagnabbit. Me going to any party. Oh, I gotta shave. Oh, listen to this. Oh, it's not even that long, but it's already itchy. I gotta do something about it. As soon as I turn the camera off, I'm gonna go shave. That's where we're at with this. All right. His face. basically sideways, so we're gonna go up here. He's like a little, like, eyes wider because he's interested at, oh, there's a phone call going on? That's weird. One. I want just the one, actually. Ooh, that sounds like food. Wait. Oh, it's beef stew. That's what's ready. Ooh, that's tempting. Alright, so then you're telling me I put a door? Then like a picture? And then like another door? That's what I did. The picture does not go as high as the door, so this door would be there. Only if I didn't mess it up. If I did. Yeah, it's going to be like that. That looks pretty good. Oh no, that's my vague shape. This is all visible. Okay. Because the back of the couch is about here, because he has his hand wrapped over it. The side of it's going to be over here. I say couch, but it is in fact a futon. Because futons are a convenient way to use, or an efficient way to use space. Because like, oh, it's both a sofa and a bed. Oh, very efficient. I want to move this back a little bit because it doesn't. Yeah, you know, it's fine. See, I want it to be fine because as soon as I say it's fine and I feel like I can move on, then I move on to inking. Because this one, I am just going to digitally copy this frame and make some changes. And the hardest part about that is I've never really been able to digitally mimic the way that I do. No, I'll do. Okay, this is gonna be hard. Like I have trouble digitally mimicking the way my inking lines look because I don't, you know, really clean them up. I just sort of like I level them a little bit, but I don't like vectorize them or anything. So why don't I just draw the part that's going to be different, and then I have that to insert later, right? This is gonna like lip closed. Clap. Right, because then I'll take this and I'll link this and I'll basically pick this up and slap it over that digitally, and then it'll match better. He's also going to need a mouth. Be like, hey, what the heck was that all about? I am going to BRB for the sake of getting beef stew break. All right, so enjoy the radio and the top-down view, and I will be right back.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Alrighty. Ladies and otherwise. What did I miss? I'm sure not that much. Let me tweet that I returned from dinner and am still going. And then I'll keep going. Seems pretty straightforward, don't you think? We are 2.5 hours in? 2.5 hours in. Alright. Let's go to me. Find my earlier tweet about this. Alright. Tweeted. Now I'm looking at tweets again. Uh-oh. Okay. So like I was saying, here's the old one. Here's this. Here's all that needs to change. I need to do faces here. Well, I need to do one face here, basically. Then I need to ink everything, and oh, that's going to be a headache. Ugh. I think I got chocolate on my finger. Oh no, that's bad. That is Star Fox. Oh yeah. That reminds me, did I leave these buttons enabled? I sure did. Do I have it facing the right way? I don't. I gotta flip that. They're looking the wrong way. Okay, so that one is... I really don't like the drawing part of drawing, you know? I just negative this and then make this this? There you go. Now it's working. You know, important things to make sure are functional. All right, now comes the hard part. I haven't used this pen in a while. The yellow top is my thin. The black top is my thick. Ask me... Subway ad. Ask me about my thick. Don't ask me about my thick. Or do. I'm talking about a pen. It's again, everything from Staples. This is a Papermate Flare medium. That's it. That's what I like to ink with. Makes a nice thick line. Makes a nice consistent line. It works well on numerous different surfaces. I like the amount of sort of drag and friction that it has. Then there's also this bit. That's a little messy, but
Cat finally emerged.
oh, from her little cat tunnel that I built around her. You know, you would think that cat would hate me, but she doesn't fight me. Unless she wants to fight, and she often wants to fight. But then she likes coming to me because she knows that I'll fight with her for her enjoyment. So it's like, you know. There you go. You know, phone line connection, that's what that reads as, right? I just had some beef stew and it was good, but I think it did tucker me out. That's how you know it was good stew, you know? Okay. See, and this is why I do a thick and a thin, because I do the thick, and if I've done a good silhouette, you can tell pretty much exactly what's going on just from these outlines. Alrighty. Teeny tiny one. Sure, that works. Right there. Yes, hello. Down there, hello. Alright, let's see if I can ink this panel without making me hate the look of it. That's a problem that I have pretty often, is I like the sketch, and then as soon as I try to cement the sketch by putting ink lines on it, I ruin it in ways that I don't even understand, but I just don't like it anymore after that. I wish I knew what caused that so I could learn how to avoid it or undo it or whatever, but that is how it is for the time being. And sometimes you learn to live with it, you know? Maybe one day I'll be able to get around it, but that day is not today. So here we are. I deal with it. gonna put an even tinier thigh gap because here's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna call anybody gross if they like a thigh gap or something, but I definitely see a thigh gap and I go like, oh, you, like, hey, are you okay? Are you anorexic? That's my first thought on too severe of a thigh gap is worry. Okay, does that look okay? Does that look connected everywhere? Yeah. I get to look at it up on my screen right here, and I can see. And you know, you give it the squint test, where it gets a lot. Bus. I'm hearing sneezes from upstairs. Where it's just like, yeah, no, you can kind of only really make out the new dark lines, and it's just like, yeah, okay, that's good. Oh, that reminds me. So on her, we have. Filled in sections, and I am gonna fill them in with the dark, with my thick pen here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, wow. Refund issued. Okay. I just put that in the mail this morning. I guess they gave me the refund based on the like, send receipt and not actually waiting until it's received. That's cool. Here's the other nice part about doing a like thick line pass is that since I'm like only doing outlines, I'm doing very little here, it actually goes super quick, and it makes me feel like I'm moving at a breakneck speed, and it actually helps lift my motivation to keep moving back up. Because I feel like, oh, I'm cruising now I'm in a groove. It's like, no, not really. Or if I'm only fooling myself into thinking I am, but if it makes you work, you know? I'm still in frame? I'm still in frame. Could I bring this any closer? Yeah, I could. Not in a way that looks great. So now it's upside down. No, I've kind of... This is what it's set up for. See, I have so much trouble, like, staying focused on the task. I just want to be doing... I'm not even, like, mad at doing this. I just, like... My brain is like, yep, we've been doing this long enough. It's time to go do anything else, please. Oh, yeah, I didn't fill those in either. Well, those are more, like, the couch is more of a background object, so I give it the thick outline. because it's the two of them sitting on the couch is like the one object, but couch is really giving it more credit than is due. But yeah, like the couch gets its own outline, but then so do they. But since it is like the background, like theoretically, in my head, this is black bars and slightly less black fabric on the cushion part. But I'm not going to color the whole thing in just black, so it's outlined. It is I guess the end of that statement. But knowing that does mean that I'm going to have interesting thick line silhouettes over here, because with his one arm over, with this bar in front, and with his ponytail behind, there's a lot of interesting overlapping between these objects that all have like varying levels of priority over each other. It's like I'm coming in here to get him. All right, and this will be a shoe, so hey. Now it's a shoe. I don't think anybody's really going to be looking at the shoe, so I'm just going to sort of wing them when I get there. That means like now here, right? But then Zach comes in, and this big knee over here is going to get an outline.
Welcome to
This bit down here gets an outline. It's a little window. Okay. But that totally reads. Like, you understand how I'm... You know, as though anybody's trying to really learn from this, but like you understand why I'm making these decisions. It's like break the characters from the object, but you can, you know, only break as much to make it clear what each character and object like is or is doing, you know? It's like you break it up for clarity purposes, not for much else. At least that's the way I do it, and I'm sure I have a very like I have kind of a rough understanding of clarity anyway. But like I'm not gonna, or am I gonna do that arm? Am I gonna do that arm? Yeah, I think where the arm overlaps him, it gets a thick outline, so it'll connect there, and it'll connect here a little bit. But then where the arm is overlapping the couch and where he is overlapping him, because those are the same object, they don't get broken apart. It's how the couch breaks his silhouette, which is important here. And over here, I want a little bit of silhouette break here. Even if that's maybe making this front leg a little way too skinny. So actually, I should come up and do that here. And I'll take some white out and I'll fix that line now that I see what I've done there. But like, again, the silhouette now, it reads more as legs open than as just a blob of lower body, you know? Yeah, the like sketching the backgrounds here has been the hardest part, because again, it's like, because like character designs I have long established, and you know, even though it's kind of like poses sort of explain themselves, a But like having to figure out a new background and like what does that look like? What does that look like from this angle? That was kind of the hardest part. Once I had that figured out, then it's just like, okay, well, if it's shaped like this, then it will look like this from this angle, and you just kind of go for it. And now inking, I don't make a lot of decisions on inking. We kind of just go for it. This reminds me that, so first of all, here, there's a tiny thing for his like neck. And over here, this is filled in because he has like iconically dark hair, I guess. There you go. Now you know who that is. I mean, you might not, but... Okay. I need to do my replacement parts over here. Right, and I do like for my action lines to be thick, because then that way they stick out a little bit from the background. And some amount of this won't get used because somewhere over here it'll touch him, and then I'll have to thin out those lines so that they are thin lines and not thick lines. Or maybe I don't have to. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I should go that way. There. Now that's all the thick lines. Let's start talking about thin lines. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired of this. But I want to get it done. Okay, getting there. Teeth. See, now this step takes way longer because we actually have to do all of the lines and not skip a good 80% of the lines in each panel. Well, now that I think about it, that collar is filled in too, so... There we go. Ah! I drew on my fingers. Supposed to draw with my fingers, not on my fingers. Okay, now it's time to do eyes and totally mess them up because I have issue with faces. Yep, that's already wrong. She got a tiny nose. Itty bitty tiny nose. Like this, actually. Ugh. So many things to correct. Okay, I have correction fluid. Whoo-wee. I kind of like that this song sounds like it's broken. In concept, in terms of something you actually listen to, this sucks. Okay. I just want to draw her. I think she's cute. You know? You've heard of inventing new kinds of guys to get mad at. What about, like, just inventing girls to have a crush on? Like I said, I made a lot of these characters in a time of my life when I was sort of desperate for friends, and things happen. Alright? No shade. Alright, I didn't do the I didn't fill in the shoulders over here yet. Ah, I'll get there. See, there's a part of inking that feels like diffusing a bomb because, like, if I get a line wrong here, like, yes, I have the correction fluid. But do you know what a pain in the butt it is to use it? It's like, no, I want to get it as right as I can on the first try. Can't expect it to be perfect, But as long as it's good enough, then we don't have to take severe measures. Hmm. Mm. Oh, there's so much more left of this to ink. Oh my gosh. See, this is the point where I start jumping around between what I'm inking just to keep myself sort of on my toes and entertained. Oh yeah, I love the solid black color swaths. I always think that looks good. Ooh, wrong one. There you go. Oh, face again. Okay. Okay. Always just scared about doing faces. Yep, did it wrong. Like, not terribly wrong, but wrong enough that I notice it, which means it's the worst thing in the world. On the other hand, I think the page overall is coming out great for being just something I had no idea what it was going to look like yesterday morning, and also I'm flying by the seat of my pants with a lot of things, and you know, so I didn't finish this one yet. I just want to keep drawing her. Why am I drawing a comic? I should just draw her. Penciling on this panel is so dense I can barely make out which are the lines I intended to keep. Oh, that reminds me. Build the sleeves in, but this is a ringer tee. Gotta stay hydrated, you know? Do I put the little, like, fleur-de-lis embellishments on top? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. So on this one, finally tackle it. I feel like this front hair bit is going to hang down in front of the phone. No, they all are, because it can't hang in front of the second one because the ear is under the second one. So I do get away with hiding most of that whole problem under the hair. That's good. I'm happy with that. That being said, oh god, what part of this is hands? this is hands? The thing about Elcom is that his like low sunglasses I consider like iconic enough to how the character reads that I give it thick line treatment. That's super necessary? I don't know. But I think it works. I think that's it. It's a very squishy panel. I put the phone right in front of his face. Put this here. I am just making it worse. You know what? It is what it is at this point. If I have to clean it up later, I shall. Whatever was on my hands, I don't know if that stain's coming out. I might have to manually clean it when we get to digital. It wouldn't be the first time I've had to manually clean something today. Oh boy. It's been one of those days, you know? Giving him just like seriously thick legs here, which I think makes sense. He's very athletic. He's like track team, so he wouldn't have like bodybuilder muscly legs. They'd be a bit more sinewy, but they're going to be like toned at least because they are going to be muscles that are used a lot. Muscles that are focused on, you know? Okay. That's more. Oh, it's like sleigh bells in there. I don't know if that is enough to make this a Christmas song, but definitely sleigh bells in there. Okay, shoes. Oh. See, it's a subtle difference between the thick and the thin lines, but I think it does make a difference. I feel like it makes a difference. I have convinced myself that it makes a difference. One of these is true. At least one of these is true. Oh, I forgot. It would be like right here too. I gave him no detail on his shorts last time, but this time he is much closer to frame, so I'm just going to give a little bit of... Yeah, just a little bit. It's a little right there. Right, Nigel comes face over there. I can do it over here, and then background lines. And then ready to scan. And how long we've been going? Over 3 hours? Okay. What if at some point I said enough for today, and then I pick this up tomorrow? Kidding? That might be good for the character line art. I have 3 panels of background line art here. Why did I do that to myself? 'Cause I know I can handle it. Because I want it to look good. I am abiding by certain rules of quality that I have come to understand. Ugh. Alright. Some people say you don't need to use a ruler for straight lines inside of the panel, and you can just freehand it. But those people don't know that I am a coward. And I feel way more comfortable with a ruler. There you go. Now, a lot of these, I'm absolutely going to do freehand. Again, what's nice about this section is because I already did all of my vanishing point work during the sketch, I can just follow the lines and just have at it, you know?
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at
Time to retweet the going live announcement of my friend. If you're bored of listening to me, go watch UK. Don't worry, you won't make me feel bad. I'm also bored of it. But that's why I turned it into a stream, to keep myself on task. But that's exactly it. This is my task, not yours. Do not feel beholden to coming with me on this journey. This comic is my burden to see through. And if anybody's interested into it, I am grateful, but I am not Do not consider anyone else beholden to it. Hi, I'm Beholden Caulfield. And I didn't read that book. No, I did, and I hated it. Wait. This is Cheetah Men. Okay. I don't know how I should feel about being able to recognize Cheetah Men. And being excited about it being Cheetah Men. Good enough. I mean, to match what I'm gonna do, I can do like this. That it really needs it. Wait, this is a Tekken 7 remix? Which means that this is talking about King and Armor King. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous, and I love it. Okay, I think this is how this works. Basically, yeah, that looks like steps from above. I'll take it. That's fine. This part won't necessarily be under word bubbles, but it just has to, like, you just have to get the sense of it, you know? Let me just freehand some cars real quick. What if I give this one a hood scoop? Just to set it apart, you know? We'll put some straight lines in there. But also largely just to make sure that I have something in line with the... I want to make sure these are in line with the panel edges, because otherwise it'll feel janky. But with this, it'll feel really straight, which means it'll feel really man-made, which means it'll do what I need it to do in this situation. Now, everything else I can fill in by hand, and even if it's janky, this will still feel man-made, you know? Keep bonking my head on my mic now. Do actually also want these to be straight to the panel edges. Okay. Yeah, now we talking. Right? Right. Ah, sorry. Push it over a little. You would think you hit it enough and it would move of its own accord, just from, you know, the effects of physics, but I guess not always. Some inanimate objects aren't that smart. Oh, and this would be kind of over here? That's good enough. Just put some shine on this. Sometimes I just use a ruler because I feel very comfortable using a ruler. My brain likes to think in straight lines and geometry and such. That's goofy. That doesn't feel right. Ah. There. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, you know what? What if I just leave it at that so I don't mess anything else up? Yeah, how about I stop touching it? How about I stop touching it and go take a real quick bio break? Which I kind of hate the term of, but...
No more touching.
What?
Stop touching it.
Why? Yeah, no, I did.
I'm helping.
Okay. I will be right back. Hey, hello. What are we looking at here? What's going on? Oh, how much is going on? I kind of can't believe I'm still going with this. This has really been an all-day thing. Oh, I mean, not all day. Well, we've been here a couple hours. All right, almost 4 hours. That's okay. That's not an insignificant amount of hours. All right, what do I gotta do? One background scene's worth of line? Okay, no problemo. Let's knock this out. Ooh, what I should do is to try and like decorate some of these rooms. Like I've so I've built
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
I've built this the room from this panel in pretty much everything. I've built it in Sims and Unreal Tournament 2004. And I think something I might not have built it in Doom yet. But like I have a pretty firm grasp on this room's layout.
All very good. All very bad trip. No one had a bad trip. It was all very good. All very bad.
But for like specific like designs of I shouldn't have filled that in. Filling in grabs the attention. That's why you do it on characters. You don't do it on anything in the background because then it draws attention. That's TF2. But words. I am losing all my words. I should probably call it quits soon just because I'm done. Like Animal Crossing. I should look at a bunch of games to see what their like specific like furniture styles are and then pull those to be the furniture pickings. Because like I'm definitely one of those kinds where like I cannot imagine straight away like what the preferred like decorating style would be, but you show me a catalog and I will definitely be able to pick out exactly what they would want from the catalog, you know? If you close your eyes. Okay. So now with that, I can feel okay freehanding the inner like seams. Picture does hang a little lower, so we'll bring it over here. Like, I don't know what's in the photo over here, if I'll be honest. And like I said, even though I've built this in like The Sims, I don't necessarily, the like selection in Sims wasn't enough to really make me feel like I had nailed it. It's just like, like there would be a photo here, but it wouldn't be any of these photos. So, right, it's racing time, and then it's correction time, then it's bedtime. Dang. Today's only Monday, right? Yeah, so it's not like I would have to push my regular stream schedule in order to do another short stream of this tomorrow to finish up. Just do the digital stuff at that point. No, what's going on? Why did that happen? Why did that just super smudge? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, what if I do this? That worked out fine. Okay. This eraser is erasing that smudge. I don't know what just happened. This is going to need a lot of digital cleanup to get smudges and stuff off the page. Oy. Got a line. This is also the fun part. This is when we learn what lines I missed because I couldn't tell the difference between what I had inked and what was still just pencil. Gotta do this. Oh. I might just need to get my hands a rest too. I haven't done this much drawing in, I mean, probably since I did the comic last month. The comic is the most like drawing I do these days. I haven't been doing a lot of like pin-ups or one-off kind of drawings, so I've been doing a lot of like shit posts, but a lot of those are image manipulation, not straight up drawing, you know? Not like I said, I don't have to worry too much about cleaning up outside the lines because again, I fill in the gutters, so any dust and smudges out there are just gonna be hidden. I wonder if it's like too humid today or something. I don't know what is going on, but we're getting such a mess behind you. Like, yeah, my sketches are always a mess, but usually I can clean it up pretty clean. I wonder if the pencil lead in that pencil I was using is a different composition or something. I should see about getting some of that like comic bordered paper. Or printing some of my own. That's legit. Like again, because I've always done like staple supplies for my art supplies, like 8.5 by 11 has become my standard. I don't know, but also it doesn't have to be this big. Like, it is an opportunity to like pick a different size to standardize to. Like, at the very least, if I were to print borders, I would have to get a paper size bigger than 8.5 by 11 to have the 8.5 by 11 border on it. You know? And then to have a border around it. Which would be good here in this situation where I'm like straining to erase the stuff near the edges, but not, because I need to be able to put my fingers on it to hold the paper down, because otherwise it'll just crumple. But I also can't put my fingers on top of what I'm trying to erase. I've crumpled so many pages this way, and it's heartbreaking because it comes after you finish inking. You're already so far into it, and something goes wrong there. Oh, it's a killer. Is there anything I needed to add? Anything over here? No. Okay. I could have done that. Oh, yes, this is what it was. I want to add, like, window shines. Maybe I won't fix that one because that makes it feel like the border around the window, you know? Oh, yeah. You can still see the smudges. Remember when I started this and then I moved the entire gutter of the bottom half of the page? What is this song? And I do use that term a little lightly. Like anything beyond double bass is kind of just noise and not necessarily music to my ears. Hmm. Oh, shoes get colored in too. Okay. I have this fan right on me and it's blowing all my pages away. But I need the fan. I get so hot. All the time I'm so hot. Hot damn. Oops, I clicked something. What I click? Uh-oh. That's fine. Does that look cleared out? I think that's about as clear as I'm gonna get it. A bunch of fixing to do. I still have a bunch of cleaning up to do once I get into digital, but might be about as good as we're gonna get physical. Ah. Oh boy. Okay. Let's get a little. Take some corrective measures. Let's not have things moving around. I'm trying to make very careful adjustments. But I'm going to leave that one. I can cover up some of this smudge, whatever this was. Oh, I see a bit I missed. Let's go with this one. This mechanical eraser is pretty good for laser targeted erasing purposes, you know. So his leg. There you go. On the camera, you probably can't even see the difference. That was 1. What was 2? It was like 4, I thought. And 1 I decided not to actually fix. This seems to be where it's gonna stay. Here we good? More or less, okay. I'm gonna get his shirt, try and clean some of this up so I don't have to deal with it digitally. Okay. What was the other bit? I know there's more. This all looks fine. Constantly more to erase off of it, but otherwise fine. Was it here? Was it something on her? No, I covered it up. Well, not covered it up, but I did. Yeah. It was gonna be that, but then I decided to leave it. This is basically all in this last panel. Yeah, where I was most tired, so sort of making the most mistakes. That makes sense. Now I gotta let that dry for a minute. Cure, maybe, if you will. And while I do, I'm gonna add another window over here because, you know, me. Yeah, look at this. That's our first window, so we want our second window to be like up here somewhere. I don't even care if it looks right. Having it there will look better than not having it there. Really the point of it. Yeah, that's better. Perfect? No. Better? Yeah. Good enough? Oh, yeah. Especially how I feel. Oh, I keep coming back to that. You can tell I must really mean it, or feel it strongly, or something. I have said it too much for it to be a joke at this point. Ha ha. Ha ha. That's... Waiting for the whiteout to dry. But I think that is going to be it. Do not know what this episode is going to be titled. Maybe Favors? Maybe Payback. Payback would be kind of a funny thing to call it because it's normally hear Payback and it's like revenge, but this is Payback just like, no, this is just like even favor repayment kind of payback. I wrote the sound effect here, but I generally don't handwrite anything on the comic panels because my handwriting is atrocious. I do really like the way this came out. Even in the inks, I think that came out very well. These are all right. He's, you know, I block so much of him, but he's kind of just there to be the transition. She looks fine there. She looks fine there. This looks good enough. Sometimes that's all you need. Good enough, you know? Here. I could use some extra lines over here. There you go. That looks better. Now he has a torso and an arm, not just being a blob. How much pencil scuff left on this page? Ugh. What a mess today. What a mess. I mean, like, I've seen worse, but I've definitely seen better. Alright, let's see here. Gonna do this. And I'm probably going to have to adjust it. Okay. Ooh, hey, there's Photoshop. Ah, now. Let's get to scanning. You get to burning, I get to scanning. I think the hardest part about keeping the stream up is knowing that I'm like not necessarily talking to anybody right now, and this is normally work that I do in either silence or singing. And like conversationally talking is not even close to singing. Scan. Oh, where is the... Whoa! I did it wrong. Right. I forgot about that part. The camera's flipped. There you go. Are we scanning? We're scanning. We have scanned. All right. Let's see here. I guess if I'm just going to keep working, let me tweet again. I think people respond to emojis. Okay. I knew I did it wrong. I need to put the link. There you go. Now we're talking. See if anybody responds to that. All right, Photoshop. Let's Photoshop. We have scanned. What do I do in Photoshop? In Photoshop, I let as much of this clean up automatically as possible. I think that much. that back in the middle. And yeah, that looks okay. And now, let's do what we have to do by hand. And there's going to be a lot. You know, just tapping on dots. I think there's some dirt on my scanner screen because, like, there's some very consistent dots that keep popping up across different scans. But it is so, like, little enough that it hasn't been worth the effort to, like, go all out cleaning the scanner. So it just keeps happening. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks fine now. Even though that's all corrective. This was all corrective. That was corrective. Yeah, by the time you scan it and level it, it looks fine. I'm going to darken his hair a little bit. Alright, so maybe not actually as bad on the dust as I thought. See, I don't need to fix that one because we're going to be covering all. Well, I need to look here. This is fine. Let's clean that. It's hard to tell the difference between dust on the page and dust on my screen. And good enough. See, I can't. My hand can't handle different angles. Like I have a slope built into my drawing. Basically, see it up here too. Is that better or worse? Can I fix it more? Yeah, that's better. Oops. Okay. I think that's gonna do it. See, like something like that, that's in line, so I'll say it's... See, there's something right here, but it's on my screen. That's better. That's not better. Oh, I gotta clean this screen. Okay. Basically want to even this up. I'm going to change it later, but for now I can at least even this up. Yeah, you're not going to want to go evener, are you? How about that? That looks pretty good. So I'm gonna have to make it taller later because what do you call it? The titles I put on the page digitally are taller than the ones that I write on the physical page. These are basically my notes just so I can very quickly sort them in my records, my filing cabinets. Okay. This is where we do naughty, naughty things. Give me a copy of that. Now let's copy this whole thing. And it does basically line up perfectly. This one's also going to be multiply. lower this. Whoop. And I do want to fill this in so that... There we go. Oops. Cool, that's not right. How about... No. But then over here... He just... You move it a little bit so that way you don't quite notice that it is the same over here. Oops. Alright, now the whole point of this was line it up. I made it way too big. Hey, check it out. I can totally move it over here. Does that look right? Does that look maybe right there? And what am I gonna do here? I'm gonna do this with a mask so that way it's additive, not destructive. You know what I mean. Okay. Get it like that. This stops over here. Yeah, but now take this one and also put a mask on it. And this mask is gonna move everything under the new placement. But also has to remove everything that is supposed to have moved. This is going to be tricky. This doesn't quite work as easy as I thought it was going to. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's fine. I'll make it work. So about here, right? Because this is staying. That's staying. These are... That's moving. This is under. This is old. I am cheating so much right now. But... since it's my comic, I get to make the rules, so who cares if I'm cheating? Think that'll do it? So now we bring this back up. It's not perfect, but for cheating, it is perfect. clean up more of this, then I can see it again.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Yeah, this is gonna... There you go. Good enough for me. Close that. I'm gonna say this should be filled in. Oh, no, I take it back. That should not be filled in. That should be thinner, in fact. Oh, that would be on this layer, so let's thin this out a bit. Messy, but better. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I should erase some more out here because I generally don't let the background touch the lines of the characters. Or action lines. There you go. That's way clearer. Okay. Oops. Wait. I also said I don't use the written effects. Yeah, that's cheating, but I'm done with it already, so who cares? It's fine. It's fine. Cheating is fine when you're working on your own art. That's the secret. Oh. Where do I save this? And this is episode 89. Wow. Okay. Now we have our lines fixed. Now we leave Photoshop. Okay. Welcome back to my desk. Tablet. That's empty now. There we go. All right, so now when I bring up this should also just automatically appear on the stream. Ow. Yep. Hey, there we go. 89. Yes. Hey, that looks familiar. So I want... Look for the last one. Want to see the last one because I changed the color we're using for shading. So I just want it... Nope, wrong brush. This one. There you go. And that's on the right one. I'm gonna do that. Ooh. Nope, that was a misclick. Okay, better. All right. Now we go. Now it's just a coloring book. Pretty happy with that. No, I decided to leave that. It's close enough to write. Because, like, I know that's not actually right. This was something else that was wrong. All right, let me just go right ahead and... You know, it's still early enough. I could finish this and then go get some burgers. I'm not necessarily hungry, but it is just a nice day out. You know what? I want like some... actually, it would probably be like this, like that. Yeah, like that. Just to feel like a gradient, you know, but still using only a single color. Okay, now can I copy that on this side? Ooh. How do we feel about that? Yeah, I like that. We are saved as PSD, yes. So I always shade in the roads because, you know, tarmac or whatever. But I actually wonder if this is going to be too much. and throw off the balance of this panel to the rest of the page. I put a lot of thought in, but I don't always, doesn't mean I think of everything. You know, just fixing lots of little things as I go along. Okay. How about this? I'll do the ironwork too. Because then that'll add a little contrast over here and in here. I'm tempted to do the stairs as well. But I feel like if I did the handrails of the stoop, I would have to do the whole building. And again, I think that might be too much of this panel filled in at that point. Like at that point, it'll make it look like it's nighttime outside with that much shading. And it's not, I guess it's sundown. But it's at that part of sundown where, like, when you're inside, suddenly you're getting very little light. But if you're still outside, there's still plenty of, like, angled light. Hmm. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to have... Yeah, we have the windows. I forgot about the windows, but these are going to be, like, the right amount of contrast to be having on this page. Yeah, it's like this. All right. Now I'm feeling good. We're already here. Now I'm feeling relaxed. There's something like inking is definitely exhausting because, like I said, I'm tense the whole time because of how, like, you know, Not absolutely permanent, but, you know, conceptually permanent inking is. Um, but here it's just like, oh, let me just erase and do it again. Let me just go back and forth. And it's like, it can be tedious, but it's not. It's just, you can just do it. You can just take your time and do whatever you feel like you need to get it done. And that's great. And that's great. That's great. Okay, what are we looking at here? Yeah, because then again, this will be mostly word bubbles on this one. Okay, what did I do for the inside? And it won't be on the physical paper. Let me open up the one that I had open before and close because I thought I was done with it. Zach's shirt and the couch. Okay. All right. It seems like not quite enough, but all right. It's what I did. I'll keep it consistent. Like, you need some on every page. And again, we're not coloring. Like, yes, I'm using orange, but I'm not coloring things that are orange. I'm, like, shading. And even then, I'm not necessarily, like, light shading. I'm shading for the sake of, like, partially lighting, but more so for the sake of, like, focus drawing or composition. That's the word. Like, like you can see how it works in tandem with the thick lines that I did. Like, right around here, the thick lines are where it switches from shaded to light. Because that is splitting the items, and the items are also split by coloring now. So just push that even further. Except for his shirt. I made his shirt dark too. Like, I probably could have, like, done his pants. But, alright. It is what it is. If I am a fool, so be it. You know, I copied the lines, so I could probably get away with copying most of the shade. I don't think I will. Because I think lining it up and adjusting it might be more work, and I'm not really being stressed by filling in by hand like this right now. But theoretically, that's an option available. Yeah, this looks okay. Like, listen, it may have been cheating, but this looks pretty fine. Like, this whole page could have been stronger, but I don't think anything stands out as, like, distractingly weak. Um, totally lost my train of thought. I'm just like getting quieter now too. Okay, and then everything inside the panel is clean. Bleeding outside the panel is fine. Yeah, I think that works out fine. Yeah, it looks like a comic page. Oh, my back. Okay, so let's drop this. Right, you're over there now. Let's get this out of the way. And back to Photoshop. this one up. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Oops. Come on, line up. I'm using my mouse for the accuracy of it. So be accurate. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, come on. There we go. Corner looks good. That looks good. That looks good. It looks fine. This right here. Let me just sort of slice that. Ah! How did I miss that? Do that here. Okay. Okay. Now then, what does my script say I'm supposed to do here? Whoops. Here we go. Oh. Actually, this can probably be more down here. Or it could be up here. I don't know. It'll be there. Don't do periods unless it's middle sentence. I don't know why. That is the style that I have established for me doing dialogue bubbles. I can just... It's my script. I can play free jazz with it. Make these flatter? I can make these flatter. Did I actually make a difference there? Did we go from 4 down to 3? Yeah, that works. Sorry, I'm listening to other music now. I was trying so hard not to sing it because I know y'all are hearing different music, but... Let me just get this in here. Oh, gosh. I can do that. Then, yeah, like this. Whoa. Why did this happen? Oh, okay. How about instead of that, let me grab it fresh again. And we'll do it this way. There we go. That's the text I need to do. All right. Let me do it this way so that drops out over time. We'll go here. Yeah. Maybe I'll shrink that. Well, not shrink, but trim something. It doesn't feel great. I'd be like, that's keeping me from concentrating. Yeah, it's better. Hey. Oh, this is rough. This is so much text. Like, I wanted to make sure I gave it a big panel, but this is so much text. Like, the problem is that it being wordy like this works in the sense that it makes sense because she's like in a tight spot, and so kind of, you know, rambling a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut down so much of this. Yeah. God, I made this so wordy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so maybe... What if I slide this one over here? I want to make this point text. Now it's just like, whoa! Yeah. So now that's over here. Ugh. What's the rest? And then these get like these are going to be mushed bubbles, but these have space between them because in here, in the scene at the house, we aren't getting Amy's side of the conversation, but you want to leave the distance between the bubbles to say there is something else that fits in there that we're just not hearing. That's sort of the end of it. What was that? Oh god, what do I do with all this? Okay. I'm gonna... That doesn't help. I'm going to drop some white here to help me see all the words and know how much I'm hanging them over the edge of the frame. So I'm going to be hanging them over the edge of the frame. I got the burpees now. Oh, and it tastes like beef stew. Oh no. Oh boy. You know what? Let's make this one. I might have to... He's pretty brief anyway. But that at least makes some sense. All right. Okay, so now this line I can like stretch across, right? Big project for class. That's 9. Let's make it 3 lines. Tonight. But right? Okay, so now that's gonna fit here. That any better? Oh, it's not my place. Keep me from concentrating. Let's just skip here. The library's already closed. None of my nearby friends are home. Right? Just, we are going to make it like a laundry list, right? And this is kind of nice because now, this should pop that down there because it's, oh yeah, because then I can, yeah, that's best. Nice and round, pudgy in the middle. 25, 64, 34. I don't know what the measurements are. Bless you! 64, 32, 64, because at least then they're powers of 2. You're hoping... you got it. It feels weird totally stacking it that way. So let's not. You got it. Hey! We got it to fit, more or less. It's still tight, but it fits, more or less. Yeah. That'll be no problem. Because it's going to happen in the future. Okay, see you soon. And then I have this. I'm gonna bring this one down here. Do I still go with clop as the noise? Because that means things. But clop is more accurate than clap or flop or... Yeah, I don't care if it's a bad decision. I'm going with it. Makes me laugh. All right, all right. Which one of these do I want? Do this. What if I do none? Then I do this. I want to do a little bit. I'll make it uppercase. Sure. This one. Okay. Oh. Stretchy. Posture check. All right, let's change this. Okay. All right. And backrest and okay, that's something for sure. Okay. Good. So now that we have the words more or less placed, we need bubbles. And the way I do bubbles is with the vector tool. Let's go. Boom. See, this is going to be bit sticky? That's not the word. Stuffy? I might have been thinking stuffy. I can grab this and show it up a little bit. And words go with it. See, because I can grab the whole thing here and pull it. I think I should be grabbing it from here and drag this. Because I can't really let it. Like, I can let the bubble overhang here because it's 1 to 2. But I can't really let a bubble overhang here because we go all the way up there and then down here. That would lead directly into this panel, and that would be incorrect. That would be falsely leading the reader. And that fits there just fine. If I can, how do you feel about? Let's just get all of these sort of centered in these bubbles as I've adjusted them. These are all the closest ones here, so now I feel okay to come back and start putting the tails on the bubbles. And here's my Joker's trick. Is I just make one tail that then stretches between both. And that's what makes it feel a bit more natural in terms of being connected. I don't know if that's what I mean. If I do it like that, then I could bring it over here, and that would... That... Yeah, this is weird. This is a right to left, but it's top to bottom, so I think I can get away with it. Alright, No, I want this to be a little narrower. Yeah, here? Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, it's a little better. Let's see here. I'm gonna redo this one because I think it'll be easier if go here and then dot, 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 and now here, and again on the bottom. Okay. Because that is, first of all, that's like the, it's a symbol that you'll see on graphs sometimes to say like, we sort of cut out a bit of it for the sake of making the graph fit, right? We've cut out ranges of data, or not like cut out the data, but like cut out the part of the graph that would have just stretched it out and not actually expressed anything. So that kind of idea of being disconnected, as well as being like a lightning bolt symbol to tell you, oh, this is happening over, like, you know, electronic communication, the phone. That's what this is all about. Boom, there you go. So now we know that that's him talking, because he's the one, because now in this panel we are on her side, so the electric voice is the voice on the phone, so that's him. So I don't have to do anything else to say that this is him. Like, I could run a balloon under here, a tail under here connecting these two balloons, but I kind of like the break. I think the break makes sense. All right. Okay. See, that's going to be a little rough because that is going to overlay some of the credit at the top. Let me do the rest of the balloons. I might be able to crush it lower, like especially because this is probably enough space to fix that. But also, like, I've overwritten the credits before because they're all done by me and they're on, you know, they're all presented on a website that's got my name all over it, and you know. You don't necessarily need it on the page. If you're here, you kind of know that it's me. This can go here. So I don't really want to cover her. but I need to make sure I'm not covering an earlier one. Yeah, it's gonna do just fine. Like yeah, right here. Shift everything over a little bit. Take this here, put this up here, and put that back. And now is this gonna work? Do you need to stretch that up so it connects there? But if yeah, that works. Right. Ah. Yeah, that's a little rough, but the bubbles work even if that tail is sort of. You know what? I will do 2 separate ones here because I think I want this. And then this over here can be. Yeah, that feels a little better. Super great? No, but feels better. Having this over here balances this panel a little bit because there is a little dead spot here, but see, like I wish I could swap these two because this is still the biggest in this panel, and there's more room above her than next to. Nah, I think this is it. I think this is gonna be good enough. It would help if I spelled hoping right. Yeah, I like that. Oh, I gotta put the jaggies here. Yeah, go that way. This is coming together all right. So close to done. Here, this should move up a little bit. Yeah. Just making noise now. I can't believe I'm still going. Yeesh. I smell other food happening. Oh, I'm gonna like have something to eat after this. I've been doing this long enough that it makes sense to go have something else to eat. That's... I don't know, that might be too long to be working on a thing in the first place. Alright, so I want... like, over here... Bip, bop, bip, boop. Bip, boop, bop, bip. Okay. Gonna move this one over here. This one over here. That looks pretty good as it is. But now to fit that, I need the whole thing to move down just a little bit. Just that much. That's probably enough. Can I move it up a little? Can I move that whole I could move that whole thing up a little. See, I don't... okay. Just barely doesn't touch, but it doesn't touch, so I'm calling that it.
Hot water's on if you want to.
Thank you. What'd you make? It smells good.
Hash brown, egg, and cheese, and ketchup on a bagel.
That's almost exactly what I had for breakfast. Like, what? 8 hours ago? Yeah, it's fine right there. Center it. All right, 2 more panels. Oh my god, almost done, almost done, almost done. Ow. Alright, I am gonna move that in a bit because hanging outside the panel is fine. Hanging outside the image, nah, try not to.
Welcome to
I very
Newgrounds
much try
Radio.
not to.
Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
And we'll see, because I was looking at this one, right? And I think I can totally... like, it could go right there. I could bring it, like, down more. I can only bring it, like... I could go all the way down here, but I don't think it's right. I can't put it right next to it. I think it's... I want it to also be, like, sideways. I could put it there, but his sort of, like, staring at it reaction is... he does look like he's looking up, though. Oh, yeah, I kind of goofed. And you know what? I think maybe... basically in line is where it's gonna be. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. No. Brrr. I want to just go like little. And then this will be, I mean, kind of. Yeah, that works. There's like a kind of a dead space up here and down here. Yeah, it's not the best layout, but at least it's working. And the fact that I'm copying it and it's going to be the same in this panel. Again, I'll take it being a little rough for having a fairly simple solution to issues about how do I fit everything and such. And this one, it's okay that this one is on top of them, and I can't exactly tell you why that makes sense. Oh, that's not what I meant to grab. I wanted to grab the dot itself. Go over here, yeah. I think it's okay to cover it because since it's the same panel, like we already know what's in here from this version of it. So now that we're covering it, it's like, oh yeah, no, this is what's going on. Hey, what if instead what if I flipped it and put it over here? Yeah. I think that makes sense. God, that's so much text. I don't feel good about how much text that is, but it is kind of the point. But that's so much. Ugh. Hey, you know what? You know, it doesn't look bad. I'm going with it. I am going with it. All right. Now we need to just put the titles, and then I'm going to call it done. Let's give us another 100 pixels up top. That's way more than we need. Oh, I already closed the last one. Give me the last one. Give me the last one. Oh no, actually if we're up to this step, then that means I need to know what the title of this episode's gonna be. I had an idea. Whoops. I had an idea for the title already, right? I was gonna call it Payback, maybe? Alright, and there it is. And I just want to kind of eyeball lining it up, right? Gosh, I also hadn't considered that. If I do make this a book, right? Do I keep the titles or do I just string them together as pages or yeah, Payback. I like that. That's 89, Payback. Sure. I don't know if I spelled debrief right. I probably spell checked it. I'm not sure if I did. Yeah, and I'm covering that, but you can still read it, actually. So, not even a thing. Crop it down so it's about even on that. Good, perfect, done. Almost done. The last thing I do, I save that as a PSC. The PSC is an original resolution. Then I say image size, and I standardize them all to 900 wide. I'm pretty sure they've all been different heights for the entire run of the comic, because 900 wide is still plenty of resolution, you know? Now this one gets saved as the finished PNG, which is what I get to upload. Yes, because I saved the raw as raw, and anyway, the raw is in here, more or less. Okay, done. That's done. That's a comic. I'm gonna post it up to the website. I'm gonna post it something to Twitter. I'm gonna do whatever. I did not expect to get that done today, but so I want to thank you to everyone who came out to show some support, to keep me some company. Yada yada yada. I'm gonna go shave and have something to eat. Alrighty. Thank you all for hanging out. I will talk to you another time. Goodbye.